Well, hello, and welcome to the stream. I'm Andy Arconix, Arconix, Al the Crow, Alucard, MG36, and many other names. And today is, oh boy, hello, second playing of this song. Let's get out of here. Anyway, today is, of course, July 18th, 2022. How is everybody doing? How are we? How's it all going? I'm gonna have to turn off the song alerts because apparently I have to go and reconfigure that. But hopefully we're all doing well. Hopefully we all had a great weekend. Coming into this Monday. Oh boy, man, can I tell you, my weekend was eventful. There's a lot of shit that happened and a lot of good news, and now there's a lot of scary times coming in, but I think we can go and make that work out to our advantage, of course, over the coming weeks. There may not be as many streams from me as there were, but also we're still dealing with some of the other effects in life, so life is good. Life has its ups and downs for me, but hopefully you all are doing well. Other things to do is, of course, Alakazam, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the Omen Den. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes, and I hope you don't mind me coding here like an absolute potato. Caden, thank you for the host. I appreciate it. Yes. It's a good thing I have the stream closed captioners on now, isn't it? Isn't it? Or at least I thought I did. Don't I? Do I need to refresh this? I might need to refresh it. I don't know. Shit's breaking in areas I didn't expect it to break, so. But hopefully, things keep going well, you know? That's kind of the whole point. That's kind of the idea here. In any case, rip shit breaking. It be like that, Caden. Also, so chat, our NuGet package is working well. I have in this envelope here my code signing certificate, which I'm really excited for. Right here. Right on this little encrypted drive is my code signing certificate. How nifty. Isn't that cool? Anyway, so for today, what we're going to work on is we're going to work on our event store implementation. We're going to go and try and do some things here, try and clean up some issues, and then we're going to go and try and demo it on a small, simple demo app, and then we're going to go and, of course, try and commit it out, and maybe, if we're lucky, we can hit a release this week. I'm not sure. We'll see what we can do with it. The shared library is doing well, with the current edition downloads at 153. Previous edition downloads at 138, so we're doing quite well. I'll be releasing minor updates on that. I'm not entirely sure if I'll update it during stream, but I'm really excited to see where things go from there. But in this particular area, in this particular implementation, we'll see how things work here. There are going to be, of course, some other things that we want to go and work on. There are going to be, of course, some other ideas that we need to go and commit here. One of the ideas might be this implementation of async lazy that I've been reading about. I'm not entirely sure, though, if that's going to pan out for us. The idea is to essentially expose an awaiter, if you will, so that way you can go and essentially lazily implement something that's asynchronous in nature and retrieve it at the absolute last minute when it's still thread safe to do so. So that's something that we'll be working on. Other things that we'll, of course, be working on, well, aside from, cleaning up the shit behind me, is we're going to, of course, be working on actually trying to implement this into other sources. And then we are, of course, going to try and see what else we can figure out for our event sourcing implementation and what we need. And then we'll try and apply it to a few apps that we have in progress, and hopefully the deployment of them and just the overall workflow of them actually turns out to be a net benefit for us. So we'll see how that works out. Oh man, you just found an amazing village that normally has a ton of netherite stuff, but you've got the bad omens curse since you killed a couple of villagers. Well, don't do that. So we'll try and work with that, and then I'll lay out a schedule for this week. Again, due to some circumstances going on, moving, of course, and all the complications that come with that, there might not be as many streams from me over the next few weeks, but we'll see. In any case, with that being said, we still have some work to do for Yomicon, because that's right around the corner. And the whole reason why we're doing the shared library and the event sourcing library is to pull some of that code out, abstract it, and then replace what's in that current app with our more streamlined code and allow for a better separation of concerns. So that's what we're going to try and do, and that's how we're going to try and implement the security operations application. Hopefully we'll be able to get that done by the end of the month. But that is, of course, not too far away. It's a lot closer than we thought. So we'll see where we can go from there. Other things in the news, of course, just keep you all informed. .NET 7 is right around the corner. I'm really, really excited, but I haven't really looked too much into a lot of the features, so we'll go and try and experiment with those at some other point in time. Probably closer to release, though, because I'm not necessarily interested in the latest and greatest as much as I am just interested in, finishing projects that I already have. Other things that are quite nifty to go on is that the Omen Den itself has started offering consulting services, as well as set up a way to trigger appointments, as well as gain some sort of insight into that. So that'll be exciting to actually go over. And once we start getting some of those, we can actually start working on some real client projects and get that done here. But in any case, it's been a whirlwind of a weekend, and oh boy, has it been a fun time. Anyway, chat, that is a lot of talk from me, but how was your weekend? What'd you all get up to? Did y'all explore anything in code, or you just have a nice relaxing weekend, or somewhere in between? They're coming and attacking your house. What else were you supposed to do? I don't know, let them. I mean, that's what I would do. Just kidding, I'd annihilate him. But that's just how it'd be. Also, as much as I like Phoenix, I want to listen to Shout, and then we'll get on to some sort of actual Twitch soundtrack for us. But let's hop right on into the code, and let's see where we're at. So again, chat, what we're seeing here. Well, you went to the medieval festival with your girlfriend, enjoyed some nice music, and today your mom had diverticulitis again, so you started some bone broth. Okay. Alright, so chat, this is our, of course, implementation for things on the event store side, right? And so part, again, of what we want to accomplish with the event store is creating this append-only thread-safe structure, essentially, that can retrieve any sort of just effects on an aggregate at any point in time, right? And an aggregate is going to be something like a cart or a particular product or a shift, right? Anything that really affects a particular aggregate will be stored onto an event store in a particular queue, and that's how it's going to be processed. So with this in mind, the other thing is, of course, we might have a competing cart scenario or a competing item scenario, right? Where somebody goes to buy item A, somebody else goes to buy item A, but it's the last item in stock. Who wins? And they do it at the exact same time. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure that problem out while simultaneously reducing the total overhead of our particular event store implementation, while, of course, balancing out some of these other good coding principles that, hopefully we're following. Can't really say we are, but hopefully we are following them. And then the other thing that we're trying to do here is we're trying to further optimize it, because we're not really coding a lot of this on our own, right? Because this is a shared communal effort from other people that we're bringing together, but we're also trying to implement some of our own spin to it. So that way it's a little bit more distinct and it's asynchronous in nature. And it can actually be gotten up and running relatively quickly. Hence why you'll see our locking all over the place, why you'll see some of our structures being different, why you'll see us use records instead of classes in areas, why you'll see us use record structs. It's all this idea to try and capture thread safety as well as we can, without this idea of being able to go in and modifying things while somebody else is viewing them, right? And the other side to this is, of course, we could go through and change the isolation level, coming back here into our context, but that seems like a relatively dangerous operation. We don't really want to approach that side of things right now. Anyway, so what we're going to do is we're just going to work with our commands, events, aggregates, snapshots, etc., and we're going to go and see how that actually plays out over time. Now, something else to consider here as well is that with aggregates are essentially, think of it as like essentially a stack of events up to a certain point, and that's going to be your base modified data that we go and retrieve, right? So that way we're not constantly retrieving a whole series of events over an aggregate, which can be intensive, memory intensive, and just time intensive, right? And so if one aggregate has 1,000 events, we don't need to go and necessarily retrieve all 1,000. We could probably just be safe and retrieve the last 50 or the last 100, right? And that would be particularly useful for us because that limits how many actual events we need to query from the database itself, thus also limiting the amount of memory that's going to take up when we actually have to go and new up all these classes. So that's going to provide ourselves with a distinct advantage. And then, of course, using Entity Framework Core in and of itself will provide us with an advantage. And one of the other things that we're going to start doing when it comes to applying Entity Framework Core and using these concepts is going to be this idea of disabling change tracking on our read-only models. Well, this is a different remix, so I do like this song a lot, don't get me wrong, but let's go and do... Where'd you go? We'll do this one. Anyway, so what I was getting to is this idea with Entity Framework, right? And so we have right now a change tracker enabled. And what does a change tracker do? It essentially attaches a sort of, I don't want to say a flag, but essentially a flag to every entity that is retrieved, and it tracks it throughout the lifetime of that entity, right? And so the idea there is that way if any sort of updates, additions, etc. occur to that particular entity, it'll be recorded the next time you call save changes on a DB context. Well, for read-only data, we don't really care. We're not trying to modify things. And for an event store that's append only, we really don't care when we go and retrieve things. So it might be advantageous for us to, for example, in our retrieval methods for the event store, or in our retrieval methods for any sort of repository that we might be implementing over this, it might provide a little bit more of an advantaged approach to instead disable the change tracking, which would allow us to get data faster without as much overhead. Which is something that a micro ORM such as Dapper would provide, right? Because Dapper, you're just essentially writing raw SQL queries and kind of hoping for the best so you can massage that into your POCOs or your plain old C# objects, plain old CLR objects, what have you. But here in Entity Framework, since we have strict typing, essentially, it's not that much worse to just do this. You know, and then that's kind of the idea here. And so since this is essentially a read-only operation, there is no need for tracking. There is absolutely no need for tracking here. And actually, I wonder if I can go and put this down here after or before the to async enumerable. I wonder if that's legal. But anyway, yeah, so that's kind of the idea here, right? Is that we essentially go and tell it, okay, you do not need to track these entities, entity. You can leave them as is, and if they get edited, that's unfortunate, but that's not our issue. Now, the other thing that we could do, of course, is instead of relying on the iEvent interface, we could create a record type. and just return things as that particular record, right? Guaranteeing immutability. So we would read it out as a serialized event, but we would transform it into a regular record event, right? Thus giving us, again, that clear separation on our models. But we can worry about that later. Really, right now, the point is that we need to, of course, go and make sure that all of our methods essentially work out in this sort of behavior. And see how we have the as-no tracking, because we really don't care. Because again, events aren't themselves as events, they're not going to change. What's going to change is going to be the data that goes into new events, right? Events themselves are immutable. That's the whole purpose here. We want to make sure that they are constant or consistently immutable. And why do we want to do that? Because we want, again, to make sure that even if you try and change them, you get some sort of error message back. So that's what we're working on. And then, of course, the other thing that we're going to be working on here is just making sure that we provide async extensions here, so that way we can still distinguish ourselves from the main idea, and then we'll just continue to try and work on other things here. So let's go and do inherit doc, cref I event store. And we'll come into here. And we'll, of course, go and implements or defines methods related to the retrieval, storage, and offline saving of events over aggregates. All right. So I think that's a little bit more clear for what this will actually do. Now, what Box will be doing, this is a particularly difficult method to work with, as we've seen. But I think what we can do here is, of course, go and essentially just say that these aren't Box methods, rather. What's it going to be? Flush events to file. I think that's safer. Actually, let's go and double check and make sure, right? Because I think it's in the event store where we actually go and do that. Or not. Silly me. Anyway, we got some other stuff to consider. So working with this, right? I mentioned something along the lines of working with iEvent store, iEvent, some of the other implementations of like lazy and our async lazy class. And some of that, thankfully, is implemented by a library called Lazy Cache. Some of that is not. So we might be able to go and retrieve some guidance from that particular implementation as well. And it's also defined pretty well in a particular blog. Where is it? Here. All right, the async lazy. And so, essentially what we would do is we would have something very similar to this. And you'll notice that this is actually very similar to what we currently have for some of our pooling ideas, right? But the other side to this is that they're exposing an awaiter. And by exposing an awaiter, you're allowed to call await before anything that you would need to retrieve from here. So that is something very interesting to work with. And then, of course, you have .next that has some of the features here. And if you take a look at some of the async lazy stuff here, you can see that we've got some overwork. Pretty much very well defines our just usage of... Oh, I keep forgetting I can do langword as the documentation instead of C. So I'll be having to do that. Anyway, part of the point here, though, is that we can actually continue to work on this and improve it. So that's what we'll do. We will continue to improve our libraries and make things better as time goes on. Because we got to go and make this guy ready for release soon. So that way we can actually start using it in other projects. Because, you know, what's the point in having NuGet credentials if we don't actually use them? And here's the other thing too, right? Is so now that we have things like rehydrate, inbox, and unbox. Of course, we don't have it implemented here, but that's because we really haven't worked out what we're actually going to do with it. But part of this is going to be just how we deserialize and reserialize events and snapshots too. So let's go into a snapshot store and see what we've got here. Because I believe this, yeah, this should send it to a JSON file. And that's kind of what we want anyway. All right. And then unboxing it returns it from the file. So that's yeah, that's pretty much what we're going to do. Let's see here. Snapshot strategy. Now, this is going to be the other thing that'll be very interesting too, right? Is let's rephrase this. So chat, currently when we go and take a snapshot, what we have on our particular strategy is we're basing it off of a major version, okay? So that means that when the state of the actual object is affected, we're going to create a snapshot from that particular state. Now, does that really make a whole lot of sense for us in this case, right? Or does it make more sense for us to essentially try and take a snapshot when we want to experience a particular time interval, right? So we could do both. We can do should take snapshot and should take snapshot async, but also we could do should take snapshot with time or by time, right? And so then we would do something essentially like private read-only, was it periodic timer, right? And then every time this is created, and then we could do something like, of course, interval. Or what's it going to be? Time span dot from hours interval, right? And so now that'll give us a base period. And so if our period is 2, it'll give us take a snapshot every 2 hours for any particular aggregate. If our period is 5 hours, you know, we could vary this all the time. But the point is now with the addition of the timer here, one of the things that we can do is, of course, go and essentially say every time a period expires, take a snapshot, right? So now we can do this. And instead of should take snapshot, it'll be should take snapshot at time interval. Because really, who cares how long method names are? And here instead, we'll do while timer dot wait for next tick. Okay, so this would have to be asynchronous anyway. That's fine. Async. Okay, so we got that. We'll make this a value task. Why not? Who cares? And we'll do this. While wait for next tick async. Passing in the cancellation token, of course. Then we can, of course, go and encompass this in here. And there you go. Now we have it based off of a timer and the condition here. Now, the other thing that we could do is, of course, we could just say this, right? We can pull this out. You can do this. And we can do this. And that. Okay, so now that's decomposed. Now we have an effective snapshot at a particular time interval that also will check and make sure that the aggregate at the major version is correct. Now, again, one of the other things that we might want to do here is, now that we're doing it on a time interval, right, we can actually go through and check and get a little bit more creative with our inherent philosophy, right? So right now we're saying if I is not the first event, right? If I is not 0. Because what we're going to do here too is we're going to go and 0 index our major versions, but we're going to keep our minor versions indexed at 1. But what we could do is we could change this up here from major version to just do minor version, right? And then we could change this to 1. Okay. And now, if we really wanted to be clever, we would wrap this over in essentially an if statement, but we don't really need to do that when we can just do an aggregate major version bang equals 0. Okay. So now we can return essentially say, yes, we should take the snapshot. Otherwise, you know, if the aggregate is not 0, or if the aggregate is 0, no, don't take the snapshot, because it's fine. State hasn't been changed. Or I should say state hasn't been changed at least once. If that makes any sense, right? And I guess we could, if we really wanted to, we could wrap this up in a really pretty method, right? And say Boolean has state changed or has major version changed. And that would simplify it for the particular caller of that event. And we wouldn't actually say has state changed, right? Because some people, we're defining it as a status changed effect, but other people, other consumers might define it as just, oh, well, the major version changed, and they have their own definition for what the consequences of that would be. So I think we would just do something like Boolean has major version changed. All right. And so this would be pretty simple. Yeah, that should be fine. And then we go into our snapshot strategy, and we could do has major version changed. Actually, we'll change this to has major change occurred. If has major change occurred, or if major change has occurred. If there we go. All right. So and major change has occurred. Okay, so now we're hiding that particular property. So now what we can do, all right, is we can go into the aggregate root. And we can go and implement that. And here, what we would do is we would... Castiel, what's going on? How are we doing? Mm-hmm. Ugh. That'll work. State. What are you? You're an aggregate state, right? I don't want to apply. No. We could just do something simple for now. Return major version bang equals 0. All right. Pretty simple. All right. That's very simple. I mean, it really doesn't tell us a whole lot other than that, but you know what? It's not really the worst. Unique ID for the particular aggregate. The aggregate's major version value. A reflection on the state of the aggregate. The aggregate's minor version value. A reflection on the state of the aggregate's underlying properties. The state that the aggregate is currently in. See, this is the other thing. With class libraries, you have to understand what you're doing when you go and create them, because you have to go and provide documentation. And that's also another issue. Reflects if the major version has changed. Returns C, not cref, langword true when the major version is not initial 0. See also langword false otherwise. Cool. remarks. We chose 0 to be the initial major version, and while results may vary, this and results further testing may cause this indexing at 0 to shift. I was about to say may cause this indexing to shit, but whatever. Who cares? Anyway, it's important to 0 because we want this to be accessible, right? Okay, cool. So we got that. That's fine. That'll work. I don't think this actually returns anything, so that's cool. It's just the task there. Get uncommitted changes. Yep. Yep. So we're good here. Flush uncommitted changes. That's fine. You'll notice there's a lot of back and forth between here, right? As we go and try and figure out what these things actually do. And the other part to this, of course, is going to be how we separate these concerns, how we manage to work with these particular concerns, and what a particular change might actually be, right? If change that identity tenant, bang equals is that identity tenant. Do I not have an identity tenant here? What is change? It's change and changes. Oh, wait, is this... Okay, so this is over the aggregate, right? But we have iEvent here. Identity user, identity tenant. Yes, that's what we want. So one of the other things that we're going to want to do here is we're going to want to essentially reflect, okay, so underneath this, how do we go and make sure... Summers, what's going on? How are we doing, Summers? And other.id equals ID. Right. Equals, reference equals, combine ID. Right, so we essentially want to go and compare these here, right? And part of what we're trying to compare here when we go and actually work is going to be messing around with this particular idea that the events major version value an indicator that reflects the particular state Vampire the Masquerade campaign that's coming up since your Cursed Strahd game is almost over of the event. Nice. The minor version of the event. value, an indicator that reflects an alteration to the underlying object, the provided tenant that is doing the altering, Kathy. The provided user that is doing the altering. Kathy, what's going on? Event created, or you know what, we'll just do created at. Being conf, but you should get Dindin soon. What's for Dindin, Kathy? The date and time that the particular event was created. The underlying type that has been affected by this event. You'll probably make some ramen. Ooh, what kind of ramen? Sounds really good. For all events defined in the event store. Spicy ramen. Oh boy. Kathy, why are you running away from the truth? You a cutie. Cool. Yes, cute. Ooh. You know what I could do instead? Well, no, because we want this exposed throughout the application, right? Let's see here. How do we want to work with this? Yeah, okay, this makes sense. Because then you can't provide a particular override to that. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Protected base event. Yep, that works, that works. Override equals, that's fine. Here, I guess we could, if we wanted to, generate our equality members. Right? Imagine. Imagine if that worked. How cool would that be? You know, it'd also be really cool if we could do something like public base event, or not public base event, but public static base event create. Right? And then we could just do something like that over here. And then instead we would have this have a particular property, but we don't need to talk about that now. So I'll just make this public. Inherit doc, cref, I event. Okay, cool. Oh, well, I guess I don't need to define that just yet. But I probably should go and move this up. Do I? Well, these no longer exist, so that's fine. We can go and do that. Allows for the construction and unique identifying of a particular event. Which means we can then go and move that. We can then do inherit doc, cref, I event here. And we can come into here. All right, and then we can do para. Copy that out. Para there. Get rid of that. Para there. Nice. Para D's nuts. Ha, got him. So now that we have that, that's fine. So that works. Okay. The event override key. This makes sense. Then we have the commands, which this is also fine to deal with, because part of what we want to work with on the command side of things, of course, is going to be their instrumentation here in our command queue. And so when we talk about command query responsibility segregation, when we talk about things like this, one of the big concepts here, one of the big things that we want to work with is this idea of essentially scheduling and subscribing to a queue, right? And so with our particular queue, now when we go and send off events out of process from Mediator, from some sort of in-process library like Mediator to an out-of-process queue, or schedule things from an out-of-process queue and detail them into an in-process library, we still want to make sure that we get the particular status and the particular updates of a queue and things that are going on here. And the reason why we want to do that is for, well, better auditing, better enhanced tracking, and better error reporting, right? Because this is the other thing that we need to consider, is that we still need to figure out a way to do error correcting and error tracking code. So this is why we're stressing so hard on this side of things, and why we may see this actually work out the way we want to, and we may see it not work out. So, you know, there's a good amount of stuff here to just work on. And a good amount of stuff here to essentially try and get done the best we can. So, of course, when it comes to things like overriding and figuring out ways to actually go and generate certain things, you know, there's a lot more to it than what we may have initially thought. So this is going to come with some serious growing pains, I think. But in any case, there is going to be a lot of stuff that we can work with and a lot of stuff that we should hopefully be able to see. Now, also, the other thing is, I want you to note that for certain things like the snapshot strategy, notice that this functions like an any method, right? And it just returns the first occurrence where this is particularly true. Right? So that is important functionality to save. Anyway. Hell yeah, upgrade another tool to netherite. Nice work, Caden. All right, so next thing that we have is, of course, we have these loggings here, right? And so now with this in a particular idea, I should say, what we have is now we have our serialized events. And so what does that mean? That means that these events in particular are going to actually store themselves into the database, and we're not actually storing the event references, rather we're storing their serializations. We're storing them as if all the data within inside of them was serialized, right? And that's going to be a little bit easier to track and a little bit more efficient on our end. Granted, there's an extra step here, but we should be able to go and track aggregates and snapshots a little bit better by working with these serialized things, because now, instead of dealing with, say, a list of 1,000 regular events, now we might only have to deal with just a few serialized event trains. Right? Because now we have the event data here, and since we rehydrate the events anyway, rehydrating means that we go and essentially replay them every time from a particular snapshot on, then we might actually see the big advantage here. And as you can see, we've got this down here too. Ooh, that's awkward, Kathy. And maybe one of the things you should learn is to not do that to yourself, you know? All right, let's go and double check something here. Make sure we're not missing anything. Cool. We got our updates. I don't know why my logo didn't share on this, but whatever. Feels good, man. Feels good. Anyway, the other thing that we want to look into, and I remember this from last time, because essentially that's what this first hour is going to be, is us trying to catch up from last time, right? One of the big things that we want to work with here, and one of the big things that we want to go and check out, is this idea of working with lazy cache, right? And the kind of advantages and disadvantages that abstracting our code out of our own caching implementation might provide. Or, by using our own implementation, can we be more specific with the iMemory cache implementation? And that is where we need to go and check things out. So one of the things that we're going to do here, and it's not going to be under locking, this is going to be under probably either extensions or infrastructure. I haven't decided yet, but I think it's going to be under extensions, is we're going to have essentially a class here that is just going to be called Async Lazy, right? Now, of course, granted in Microsoft Visual Studio extensions, there is an Async Lazy class already in existence, and I want you to not forget that. You don't necessarily have to define your own, but I think that's only available to the Visual Studio SDK. So if you don't have that particular thing installed, or if you're working with Visual Studio Code and you might not know how to get that installed, you might have to go and create it on your own. Don't quote me on that. We're just following essentially a blog. So what we're going to do is we're just going to see Async Lazy Initializer. All right. And so part of what we're going to do here, we're going to get rid of that. We're going to do that. And we saw this earlier. So we're just going to do this. We'll make it a public class. I don't know if we need to make it static, but if we do, we do. And we're just going to make this generic, right? So T, I'll just call it T. And then this is actually going to implement or inherit from lazy of task of T. And so now that we go and implement from lazy of task of T, right, we can actually go and essentially just say, hey, load this particular lazy method when we tell you to, not a second before, and we can have it take in a particular function of a task, call that function, unwrap the function, and then go underlying it from a task factory, which would allow us to catch it at the absolute last moment, making things a little bit easier. So, anyway, chat, we are going to be taking an ad break in just a little bit. And before we hit that ad break, I want to make sure that it's well mentioned that we are still supporting Mermaids. Mermaids is a charity in the United Kingdom dedicated to the trans, non-binary, and gender questioning community, specifically to gender and youth. I highly recommend you go and check them out. You can use the QR code there. But anyway, after this ad break, I will see you in 90 seconds. All right, we are back. So essentially, what we're doing here I'm going to show you what this does as time goes on. One of the things that we're working with here, right, is... Oh, actually, let's just go and... Before we do anything else, let's go and... Make sure we appropriately credit this. Remarks. This solution sourced from C. Lily, what's going on? Microsoft dev blog. Okay, Sims. My weekend was swell. You know, just vibing. Yep, that's kind of what we're doing. All right. Anyway, so one of the big things that you'll notice here, right, is this is exactly as I described. Where part of what we're doing is we're taking in a particular function that is a task of T, okay? And we're starting it in a particular task factory, and then we're unwrapping that to go and get the initialized value. And here, what we're doing is we're exposing the awaiter so that way we can just do await blank task. All right? Now, one of the other things that we might want to do is we might want to go and essentially provide some sort of cancellation token support or some sort of just way to be able to cancel this. Now, we could always do .with cancellation. We can always just do essentially some sort of, you know, a particular value. I don't mind one way or another. We might be able to get away with just doing something like this, right? Where we go and do this. And then do this equals new. Dragon, what's going on? Mods, can we get a shout out to Dragon, please? And also a shout out to Summers. How's it going, bud? Oh yeah, mods and or VIPs. Wait, do VIPs have that access? You do. Perfect. How are you doing today? Yes, that's why we got into an interesting conversation last week. Bro, you expect me to remember conversations I had last week? Learned today your heart looks fine, but COVID destroyed your right lung. Oh shit, Dragon, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Oh, because I didn't do that. Hey. Okay, fine. God damn it. What the hell? Cannot convert. All right, this is some horse shit. Okay. Cancellation token. Action. Task. Factor. God damn it. Going. Someone talk you out of buying a new hair waiver that's Hello Kitty themed? No, Kathy can't do. You should do it. Okay. Value factory. Yes. Task.factory.start new. Okay. Task factory. Dot unwrap. Okay, there we go. Now it has cancellation support. Perfect. That's what we want. We do like having cancellation support wherever we can. It's always nice. Like task awaiter T get awaiter cancellation token equals new return our value get awaiter cancellation token. No. Use Expelliarmus. Oh boy. Why are you disarming me, Kathy? An awaiter instance. You know what? It's fine. We don't really need that, do we? Really? Now we have this ability to go and grab it canceled. Although, if we really wanted to, I wonder, why couldn't we... Okay, chat. So why couldn't we create an underlying task, right? So we could essentially have a... Well, no, let's keep it this way for now. Okay? We'll keep it this way for now, and then we'll provides a way to lazily initialize asynchronous not functions, but yeah, we'll say asynchronous functions for now. That is relatively poorly named, but the underlying type. Normally asynchronous functions will do that. Okay. But essentially, yeah. So now when you have this here, what you can do is you can actually just go and call await, right? The real question is it static? And it's not. Cool. You rammed a truck? So yeah, you see how we have this advantage here? Now we can just do that. And that's actually pretty nifty. That is actually a pretty nifty result that we can work with. So how does this benefit us? Right? How does this actually work out in our favor? Well, when you apply it to caching, now essentially what you're enabling is this the ability, you're enabling the ability to go out and retrieve values at the absolute last moment while they're in a separate thread. And you can still maintain control of that thread. And of course, with our particular locking mechanism from our semaphore-based locks, we can control the access pretty steadily, which I think works quite well. So that'll be something that we want to work or look into a little bit more. We're going to save that there. So now that we have this here, and we have this pretty well defined, I would say, one of the other things that we can work with here now is going to be, of course, the ability to use our lazy async initializer. Now, again, I want to throw it out there that if you go and check out Lazy Cache, right? Lazy Cache is a library dedicated to the memory cache interface and making it a little bit smarter and a little bit better. So that way you don't get those random write and read behaviors. But I believe it does use a concurrent dictionary under the hood, kind of like the memory cache. Anyway, it's a surrounding implementation of the memory cache for the .NET applications. I highly recommend you go and check it out and give it a star. But we're doing something very similar here as well. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to not make these value tuples anymore. We want to keep them just as tuples. And the reason for that is value tuples are a little bit less efficient than regular tuples. So anyway, going back to this idea. With our particular work and our particular implementations in our cache, right? We should be able to go and now see our there, that'll work. Yeah, see, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, the advantage value tuples provides that you can actually name the parameters, but who cares? Right now, what we're trying to do is we're just trying to make sure that things actually work out the way we want them to. Anyway, going back to this idea of using the async, or is it? What the hell is lazy cache? Where the hell did I put you? Okay, let's go and check it out here. And I'll show you what they do. It's quite clever, actually, what they do underneath. Oops. That's just for dependency injection. So if we come down here in a lazy cache, right, you'll see that they also define a very similar async lazy here, right? And you'll notice that, you know, we are providing cancellation support, but we don't have to. Okay, we don't have to provide explicit cancellation support since that's part of literally what a task does, right? That is going to be the value of a task. Task will contain that. I just like doing it explicitly. So if we go into their particular app cache, okay, when we come into here, you'll notice that under the hood, is it in providers? Is this it? I think this is it. Anyway, under the hood, what they're doing, how they're working with this is essentially just wrapping around the current inline memory cache, right? And by doing that, they can then go and create and expose their own particular caching out of here. And look, it's very similar to how we're doing our locks, right? They're providing a particular lazily initialized cache provider, an iCache provider. And what we're doing is we're providing a lazily initialized semaphore, and then we're locking underneath that. So now, you'll notice just how clever they are and working with, and also make sure you go and star this repository. I highly recommend you do. It's a really, really awesome repository. It's really quick. It works out really well. I am not sponsored by them in any shape or form. I just happen to really like what they do. But what we can do here is we can... Where is it? Where did you go that I wanted to see you? That's in the sample. Oh, why don't I just go to async lazy? Duh. Okay. No, I guess they're not using it anymore. Thought they were. Anyway, we're using async lazy here. And I think the reason why we're using it is simply because we can actually go and make things a little bit easier to go and get stuff from the particular memory cache a little bit more efficiently, especially granted how we want to work with our caching implementation in this sense, right? And the fact that we're extending this asynchronously means that plenty of people are going to go and try and read from the cache at the same time. So we need to essentially go and make sure they get it at the absolute last minute. So with that in mind, how does this work, right? How do we come to this particular understanding that we need to essentially work on our particular methodology or our particular strategy in our approach here, right? How do we come to this clearance, this, not clearance, this particular overarching idea? And that is something that we are trying to work on right now, is by providing this async lazy, we might be able to do something along these lines like private read-only async lazy of type. Let's do key value pair to start. T key, I enumerable, T item, cache value. Cache values by key. Okay. And so now we'll try and do this, and we'll see how this actually works. Because maybe, just maybe, there is a chance that the way that we can go and retrieve things from this, and actually this won't work. Why? Because we have no way of essentially initializing this beforehand, and no way of knowing how to initialize this within a particular cache, right? So this would have to be defined within one of the either in the object cache, right? Or within the, what is it? Within the string or GUID cache, I believe. I think. You had to look that word up. So you guess you can fly, and if you have an animal on a lead, it carries them in the air. Yeah, that's how leads work. Leads do be a little strong. In any case, we do have some work cut out for us in this sense. But, hold on. Maybe one of the things we can do... Okay, chat. Maybe one of the big things we can do. You can never carry an animal and fly before and break the lead. Welcome to interesting quality of life adjustments, part 2. Maybe one of the things we can do, and maybe one of the big things we can do, right, is now we have this async lazy initializer. Maybe, just maybe, chat, one of the big things we can do is we can do a get or retrieve async method here, right? And so notice how we have this defined here, where we have the get and we have try get, right? But we don't have any async methods over to cache, and that's ideal. That's you don't want that. You want these to occur on the particular main thread that they're executing on, because, you know, that just makes sense. But maybe by using this particular async lazy initializer, we could define a cache extension here, right? And we could do something very simple like I cache extensions, right? And we would do something like public static class I cache extensions. We could do that. Okay, and then we would do private static read only async lazy of type iCache. Okay. Well, with no way of knowing how to do that beforehand, this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So why don't we go and just declare a public static iCache, or instead of iCache, would it be better to do something along the lines of not a key value pair necessarily, but we'll start with that. Key value pair, T key, T item of I enumerable T item, right? Get or add items. Get or add to cache. And this will take in an iCache. Right? And so this, of course, is going to look very similar. T key, T item, T key, T item, hash. All right. And then this will return. We'll just do that for now. No need to panic here. All right, but this will take in the particular cache. And so now what I think we can do is we can do var lazy cache init equals new async lazy initializer. iCache. Actually, can we do that here? No, we can't, because then we'd have to make the extensions typed, right? And then we would do cache dot this. All right. Oh, whoops. So we would do this. Exists. To return type. I think I'm just using this wrong in general, chat. All right, let's go and try and consider the following, right? So T key, T value, where T key is iEquatable class. Does that match rule? Sure. We'll just call it cache extensions here. That's already defined. extension method must be defined in non-generic static class. Ah! God damn it. Some days, man. All right. Anyway, private static read-only cache. How would we want to make sure that this is done, right? Because the main thing here is that we want to essentially get to this point. All right. This is the point that we want to get to, where we have this, and then we can just do that. Right, and then we can go and call it in a particular method. Or then we can do key value pair, t key, t item, get or add to cache, t key, t item, and then we would do this I cache, t key, t item, cache, and then we would do t key, key. All right. And that's how this would behave. And we would do return new just for now. And then we would want to do something like lazy initializer. Oh, because we would want to make this async. Duh. Oh. There we go. That's how that would work. And then we would essentially just do something like that. And we would do cache dot try get or not. How do we want to handle this, chat? That's fine. Does that match rule? That's fine. We'll go and clean this up. Okay, so how do we want to handle this, right? Because part of what we're going to do here is now what we want, I believe, is something like we do this and this, and then we do, let's see, hash get there's argument key Right, and this returns T item. Okay. So now we have that. And we can do return new key value pair. Key. Oops. Oh. Key. Await lazy initializer. Makes sense. But this doesn't really scream revolutionary or a good idea here, right? This, in fact, just screams, "Hi, back, I'm Andy." This screams, "Hi, back, I'm Andy." No, this just screams kind of a hacky way around a particular problem. And that's not necessarily the way we want to work with this, right? Because one of the way you lost power for a bit. Oh no. Sorry to hear that, Summers. One of the ways that I think we want to work with this in a particular fashion then isn't this way. Because, right, all this is saying, all this is doing is get from cache async, right? Or get from cache lazy async. Or get lazily from cache async. Right? Because that's all this method is doing. It's not checking to see if it exists. It's not checking to see anything particularly important. It's just literally going and retrieving a value from the cache. Right? It's not doing anything of relevance or of particular importance. It's not a very interesting method in general. And is it actually doing what we want it to do? You know? So there are some other things to consider with this. There are some other things to try and wrap our heads around when it comes to doing this. Now, I'm still going to include this method, but I'm just going to copy and I'm going to paste it down. Right? And so instead, we're going to do get or add. So here's the other thing, right? Get lazily from cache async. It was not fair to say get or add to cache async when, in fact, what we weren't doing was getting it. Or what we weren't doing in this particular sense was adding it to the cache if it didn't exist. Now we're adding a value to the cache, right? So here, what we have to do is we then need to go and figure out, okay, well, if T item, aka T value, doesn't exist in the cache, what are we going to call to go and get it in that particular sense? Or how are we actually going to check for the existence if we don't actually see it? So, with that in mind, how does this actually work, right? How do we actually work this out and wrap it around in such a way that we don't A, throw an exception, B, go and try and find the actual item that we're willing to add, and C through Z, make sure that it still maintains its relative thread safety. And so this is going to be a particularly complex problem that isn't going to go away being easy to solve, right? So this is going to be something that we have to look into at this point. Now, one of the things that we could do is we could break our concerns up a little bit, right? And we could, instead of supplying this particular lazy initiator or initializer, what we might want to try and get away with is just essentially doing that. If cache dot try-get key, or actually we would do it like this, right? Var verified equals cache dot try-get key, right? Then we would return verified dot item 2, right, which is going to be the T item. And here we'll do return verified dot item 1. If it is there, we'll return item 2. Otherwise, we'll return the default. Right? And so that's the case. That'll work. And then down here we can do if await, or no, we would want to do var results equals await lazy initializer. If result is null, then we would do cache dot add key, and then we would do item to add. And then we would return. Well, no, we would still keep this here. All right, and then we would do this. T key value item to verify. We're just gonna do this. Wait, why am I? God damn it! This is doing it the hard way. So what we could do. Okay, so hear me out, chat. Hear me out. Hear me out just a little bit, shall we? What if, chat, what if instead of doing it in this particular fashion, right, we instead had T key, T value, and then we had T item. Okay. Oops, not here. Right? So now we have this particular generic, right? And then we can do a default there. Okay, we can do default. That's fine. Okay. So that's item to verify. So cache that try-get. Item to verify. God damn it. We'll do that. You cannot convert because someone return types in a block or not. God damn it. I hate this so much. All right, we'll just do default. That's fine. Nullable, disable, that's fine. We'll get rid of that shit. If result is null, and item to verify is not null, add the key and item to verify. Where T value is type T item. Okay, then maybe we just do it like this, right? Okay. Sure. Sure. Otherwise, and result is null and item to verify is not null. Add results. And we'll do results equals item to verify. We'll do this. Okay, we check the cache here. Let's see, how can we clean this up a little bit better, chat? That's the real question, right? Okay, so we grab result here. So result is T value. Okay, so why don't we try and bring these inside? Okay. Var. And we'll go and clear this out. And then we'll do this as await lazy initializer for now. And we'll change this to verified dot item 2. And actually cannot be assigned to its read-only, that's fine. If cache dot exists key return cache at key. Okay. So that's fine. Otherwise, add item to verify. and return item to verify. Okay. So that's pretty simple. And then here we can always do if item to verify is null. Oh. No, it'll be the default value, so whatever that is, right? So that should be fine, I would think. Okay, and then we return that as a key value pair. Would it be better to return as a key value pair, or would it be better to return it as a tuple? I'll keep it as a key value pair in this sense, because I think the naming works better. But now, okay, so let's walk through this method. Okay, so this exists on a particular cache, right? And we have a key here and a particular item that we want to verify is in the cache. Okay. So if it is in the cache, right, if the key exists, we return simply here in the lazy initializer the cache with that particular key. Right? If it isn't, we add it to the cache and then we return the item. Okay. Then we go and actually return from the method the key and the result of the lazy initializer. Does that make a whole lot of sense to do? That's the real question. That's what I'm trying to stumble out here for, right? Because again, one of the things that we want to make sure is that this will still persist across threads. So we might have to do this in a particular transaction, right? But these should be within themselves in a particular transaction. Simply because the way the add method works here in the cache, right? All right, so var is in transaction and then end the transaction, and that should, of course, go and save our particular result. And essentially, exceptions be damned, all it's going to do is make sure that we have the cache here. Oh, wait. That's interesting, right? So the add method here, and this is something else that I want to work with. And timeout equal is less than 1. It's not always true. So let's go and check this out too, right? Because this is the other thing. First we check the timer, but really the important part here is if the cache does not contain the key, add the key to the cache. Right? Or add the value of the key, I should say. All right, add the key, add the value to the cache. Okay. By checking to see if it exists already, are we really shortcutting anything? No. So let's come back into this method. So this is the add method. All right. Let's go and check our... Well, that is going to be, what, the app cache, I believe? Yeah, so that's going to be the dictionary. It's not dictionary.try get. Let's go and take a look at our get method. Okay, so that just returns the value or the default try get. Dictionary.try get do in .NET. I forgot. Dictionary.try get value C#. Try get value, blah, blah, blah. This method optimizes. It gets a value out of key from the dictionary and eliminates its unneeded lookup. Sure. It has to compute the hash code. I don't really care about that. That's not what I wanted anyway. Want to make sure this doesn't value in this method returns contains the value if the key is found, otherwise the default value for the type of the value parameter. Okay, so it doesn't just add it. Got it. That makes sense. Okay, so we're still doing things correctly. Right? That is a big deal here, because the other thing is, right, is when we go and try and observe this, and we might actually just be able to get away with, again, doing this. I think I'm just going to do this for now. All right, and then we'll do bool result t item value. Return type should be system.tuple. Lily, thanks for the hydrate. And thank you for the stretch. How you doing tonight, Lily? Surviving, enjoying listening to the stream. I appreciate it. Hopefully we can help make your night a little bit better. Was successful. Anyway. So this will return a new. Tried to find a triad then? It's calming, you appreciate it? Well, that's good. Nice. I love pattern matching. It's so good. Vampire Tiger, what's going on? How you doing? I'm vibing. Okay. So, and... Alright, so let's come back here. If it exists, return the cache. Because add is void. Got it. I'm silly. Dragon, thanks for the lurk. Okay, that's why my initial hypothesis wouldn't work. So now we return that. We do that. That's all good. Wait until the absolute last minute to go and grab the value one way or another. So hypothetically, I think this hypothesis should work. We won't know until we try it in an actual application, but I think this should be fine. Right? So, retrieves a particular type param key or the item from a cache that matches the... Oh, we're going to have an ad break in 60 seconds. Chat, since we're going to have an ad break so soon, I want to remind you that Glasswell, member of the community, fellow member of the community, and member of many different communities, is also a developer and just a lovely individual, and I highly recommend you go and check out his game, The Tale of Greenbrier, as well as the game that he's working on with Cerulli when that comes out as well. You can go and wishlist The Tale of Greenbrier on the Steam page that is linked in that link, or you can always just go and check the category out on Twitch. Highly recommend you do either of those. But anyway, get up, stretch, go get some water, and I will see you in 90 seconds. Hey, chat. So we are back. How was your break? Okay, so what we're going to do here, right, is we're going to go and explore this idea. And I think part of what we want to do, I think part of the big deal here that we can do, oh no, Lily, you got pulverized. And so here's what we're going to do, chat. You'll notice that this method magically appeared, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I copied this, of course, from the lazy cache implementation. I mean, this is part of the idea here. But what we're going to do with this, chat, and how we're going to change the behavior, because that's essentially what we want to do at the end of the day, is make sure that the behavior is changed. And we want to make sure that it suits our benefits, right? I think something that we can do, some sort of methodology to work with this, is we're going to essentially try and clean this up in such a fashion that we don't need to use reflection in this sense, right? So this is an example of a method, and this method is very clever, and I really like it, and I think it works quite well. But we want to jazz it up a little bit. You know, we want to see if there's other ways we can go around and accomplish the same goal. Now, obviously, we also want to make sure that we don't have the async keyword in here, because that is part of the original method, and we don't want to distract from that. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this, and then we're going to rewrite it. Okay? So I'm going to go and paste this beneath, and we're going to go and try and make sure the functionality stays the same. Okay, so first things first, right? Value has changed type equals false. First things first, you know me, I intensely dislike out parameters. Can't stand them. So right off the back, we're going to get rid of this. Okay. And instead, this is now going to become a task. And value is change type, t value. Okay. Miss Rockin' Tooth, what's going on? How are we doing tonight? Okay. And so here, we'll do true. I'm just vibing, you know, just hanging out. Actually, can I do it this way, chat? Nice. If it's lazy, this would be, hey back, I'm Andy. False. This would be false. This would be true. Actually, no, these would all be false. So now, let's go and check out these here. Initializer. Okay. So now that we have that, right? New var value has changed type equals false. Expression is always false. Yes, 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 I know. Fine. Keywords don't cost anything either. do that. There we go. That's fine. And items, yeah, we'll merge that into a pattern. It's fine. Okay, so if items type, items is generic type is true, and is equal to that, value is changed equals true. Return that. Yep. Okay. Now, here comes the next question, though. Is there a way that we can make this all in the one switch expression? Yeah, that is the question, too. So var result equals item switch. Yeah, so this would be a switch expression, right? When we go and do that. And then we go and do this. You need that there. So a switch expression, unlike a switch statement, is another feature of C#. It's actually a pretty nifty one, too. And this way we can actually just go and clean up some code here and make it look a little nicer, assuming that it works. And if it doesn't work, well, it doesn't work. Okay. Well, that seemed to be stable. That's fine. Doesn't have to handle all of it. So what I'm hearing is basically you're saying YOLO on it? Yeah. Essentially, that's like 90% of my coding job is to say YOLO. That is most of my job, actually, is to just say, hey, does this work? Oh, sweet, it does. Nice. So then... Okay, so how would we define this case? So I think we would do item get type is generic. True. And items and item dot get type equals dot get generic type definition. Oh, you know what? Let's go and do this, actually. We'll make this a default case, eh? Okay. And then we can do this. So, not default, but discard. So, discard case. This expected a comma. Ceruli, what's going on? Thanks for the raid, bud. I appreciate it. How was your stream? How was Power Wash? How was Stardew? How'd all that go? Welcome on in, Raiders. Hey, Akuma. Hey, Wolflink. Hey, Ceruli. Hey, Dark Wolf. It's Alu the card. I'm not stinky though. That's the important part to take away here. Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Andy, Alu the Crow. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch, although I do stream a lot of coding, because to me it's like artwork and I love it. But hopefully you all are doing well. Hopefully you had a wonderful time with Ceruli. He's a pretty amazing person, and if you're from my community, I highly recommend you go and follow him. He's a good friend to have, and he's also just, in general, a very nice, kind, and genuine human being. So go give him a follow. It'll cost you absolutely nothing, and you know what? He'll entertain you through and through. But anyway, chat, what we're doing here and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up a set of extension methods here that work with our particular caching implementation. So to back this up, we're working on defining an event sourcing pattern in our particular new library for the Omen Den, right? So we're working on an event sourcing library. And part of that is, well, we want to make sure that people get their results as efficiently as possible when they're going and querying massive amounts of events, or they're querying snapshots over time. And in order to do that now, we're actually trying to make sure that we can go and get this from a cache in an exceptionless way. Glasswell, thank you for the 8 months of subbing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it, bud. Welcome back to the Omen Den. Hope you continue to enjoy your emotes as well as your ad-free viewing. And thank you again for being so generous to this community and many others. And just being a good friend to have indeed. So chat, if you haven't, and I know I've mentioned this more than a few times on my stream, but definitely go and check out Glasswell's game on Steam. It's called The Tale of Greenbrier. You can go and wishlist it, and you can also go and follow the category on Twitch. I highly recommend you go and do that. You can wishlist it via that link below, but you can also, I know Glasswell and Ceruli are working on a game. I don't know if it's on Steam yet, but when that is there, make sure to go and wishlist that too. 10 shins, each ripe for the kicking. Oh no, I don't want my shins ripe for the kicking. So what we're trying to do here, right, is this is the method that we retrieve from lazy cache and how they're getting their value out of their async lazy implementation. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to manipulate this in such a fashion that we should be able to go and retrieve this in a way that our particular methodology should return here via a default case. So, right, what we're trying to do now is we're trying to wrap this up into a default case, so we only have one switch statement. Steam name is reserved, but store page isn't public yet. Heard. Okay. So then that way our default case will always default to, well, the value has indeed changed type, right? One of the things that we might be able to do here, one of the things that we might be able to say is, well, okay, fine. If that's going to be the default case, then types be damned. Here it is. Right? True. Who gives a shit? You know? So that could be it. Right? And then we would call this all fine and dandy. And then we would just do a return result. You know? And it would be that simple. And actually, we could condense this down even further and then just do return item switch. Gotta love generics, right? So it could be just that simple. All right. So we go and check and see if it's an async initializer. If it is, we just go and grab the value. If it isn't, well, then we go and check and make sure if it's a task. We check and make sure if it's lazy. Or we check and make sure if it's T. If it's none of those, we're just going to grab that it's change type and that it's a default of type T. Right? But in this case, this is where the particular configuration stuff comes into and what we have to respect here. So part of what we're trying to respect is, well, we get the current item type, right? And if the item type is of type of generic, and if the generic type is not equal to the same type that we'd have stored in our lazy async initializer, or our async lazy initializer, right? Then, yeah, the value has obviously changed. The problem that we're having, and the problem that I'm trying to solve here, is how do we go and reflect that in our switch case statement? And one of the ways I think we can go about it is by defining a local method. And if you haven't seen one of those are particularly interesting. It's essentially just doing this. And then just giving it a name. So we do that, but instead we would do that. Okay, and then we would just name this var type check equals, or is it going to be that var type check equals, and we would do this, grab that, type check, to local function. Okay, and there we go. Pretty simple. All right, so now we have this local function here. We'll merge this into a pattern because pattern matching is amazing, and I highly recommend you go and check that out too. But yeah. And this is kind of the idea here. And so now what we have is we've essentially taken all of this logic here, right? And we've wrapped it up into a single statement. Now the real question is, though, can I be cheeky, right? Can I be extra cheeky? And do that. Huzzah. Isn't that cool? That's how you bypass return statements, baby. Okay, so now that we have this here, and in this fashion, what we're saying is, again, and I want to make this absolutely clear, we're saying that if the type in the async initializer and the async lazy initializer is of type T, the type has not changed. If the type that we're trying to retrieve is of task of T, then obviously it's still of type T. It has not changed. If it's a lazily initialized type, you know, it still has not changed. And if it's just a regular variable, it still has not changed. Otherwise, we need to perform a type check, see that it changed the type, and if it did change the type, well, obviously we return true, and then we return the default of T. Or if it hasn't been true, then, well, we return, you know, we still return the default, but then we'll return false. So this is a little bit I want to say, less error prone than the way we were trying to do it. So this might actually work out to our advantage here. And a big reason why you'd be interested to hear the use case for something like this, well, that's actually a very interesting use case here. So really all I'm doing is I'm trying to make it a little bit easier on us when we go and try and do something like get or add, right? Because right now we have this async lazy initializer, which allows us to go and get the value that we're particularly looking for across threads in a particularly read-safe manner by using the lazy initialization of a particular task with the factory unwrapping. And this is actually pretty nifty. It's a pretty sweet trick that you can actually go and read about. And some of the memory caching implementations do this, so that way it helps their values remain consistent across threads. But, you know, here's a blog for it, and it'll be in the library, of course. But Lazy Cache also uses this in a particular way. Well, maybe they don't use it now, but they're definitely looking for it. But this is actually a pretty cool way to go and try and convert things if you have them from an async initializer or not. Chunky, 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 plumpy, plumpy, plumpy. Yo, what's up, Mike? How are you doing? Inuyasha, what's going on? How are we doing? How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully we're all doing well. Ah, and cute gecko. The cutest, lickablest, and delicious gecko. Good morning, Gecko. How you doing? But I think the way we can do this here is I think this will save us in the end when it comes to trying to get the value at the absolute last minute. And so I think one of the big things here that we need to remember... Shy! God damn it. Now I have to rethink of where I was. Shit. God damn it. Curse this drug addict brain. God damn it. Okay. Gecko, thanks for the host, bud. Appreciate it. Chat, go follow Gecko. He's been playing God of War recently. Highly recommend you go and check out that playthrough. Also, chat, this song inspired my title. Not gonna lie. I know it's a bit of a shift from what we were listening to, but this song inspired my title. Anyway, so coming back. Okay, so that's what we were talking about, Glass. That's what we were talking about. Now I remember, because it had something to do with you. We were talking about the use case for something like this. And the idea is that with the event store, right, we're going to have people constantly going through and appending events to the end of this structure, right? And so we're going to try and cache those events on our end. But with our custom cache implementation, we have no way of saying, hey, go and get the actual go and get the actual last event that was in the particular cache, or add your latest event to the cache that way or another. And so by doing it this way, we can actually tell the particular we can go and tell the code, or not the code, but the activator, the caller, that hey, we're going to wait until the absolute last minute to go and retrieve this information, even if it's asynchronously, and we're still going to lock it behind a semaphore in the underlying operations, so that way you get the last event appended. You will always have the most up-to-date information. everything so heavy. So much more than my memory can carry. Yeah, so I think that's what we're going for, and I think it'll work. I just don't have a particular way to test this yet. Oh. So maybe... Why is everything so heavy? So much more than my GC can carry. Holding on. So, I think we have this problem solved. I'm just going to keep dancing around it until I frickin' get it, man. But this is the other advantage to this, though, right? Is that one of the cool things here is that we're still going to be evading exception throwing. And that is also going to save us in the end. Why is that going to save us in the end? Well, part of the idea is exceptions are expensive. And I keep mentioning this every time I code against them because I hate them with a passion, but you do need to throw them to allow the callers to better handle them. But they are expensive as shit. And so, then at a jukebox, and then we start to dance. So that'll be something else that we go and explore. But anyway, we've come a pretty solid way. Now it's a matter of, putting our words into practice, right? And again, part of this other idea here is that we have the async lazy, right? So I'm thinking with the async lazy side of things, we might be able to reformat our particular cache implementation. And so here, instead of using just a dictionary, right, we might be able to also provide an async lazy initializer of the dictionary. And in doing that, now this opens us up to some more interesting ideas and definitely some more interesting applications of this when it comes to the idea of multi-threaded event sourcing here. So that'll be something to explore in the next few moments. But it's now just a matter of trying to wrap our head around what this exactly means and what our consequences will mean here too. And should we have the cache inherit from the async lazy initializer and then iCache, right? Or should we have it be have that be essentially a strict inheritance dependency? Or should we have it just be something that's provided within here as a private read-only field? Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet too. My heart is falling through. I'm in love with your body. And now my bed sheets smell like you. So, with this in mind, with this particular idea in mind, I'm wondering if what we can do here, all right, and this is going to be a very interesting idea, is if we can do an async or a lazy or an async lazy initializer. Of T key of T item with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet too. And last night you were in my room, and now my bed sheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. Body. Okay, so now that we have this here, right? Can we get away with this idea here, right? So now we would do public async lazy initializer of type, and that is going to be of type T key, I believe. Or not T key, T item. And that is going to do that, and then we'll do new that. Actually, can I do this? Cache. No. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Let's see here. Let's think about this a little bit more critically, right? What would we want to retrieve from the async lazy initializer? What are some of the big things here when we go and get it from the cache, right? So one of the things that we're absolutely going to want to do is probably we're going to want to do a sort of key value pair of T key T item. That would make a lot of sense in this case, because one of the things that is going to happen here, right, is we're always going to search from a particular key into a particular item. The other thing, though, that we might want to go and see here, and this is where I'm having a little bit of difficulty trying to understand how to get this to work, is that the cache itself is going to be a singleton registration, right, with the ability to go and pick items from it as it exists. However, or is it going to be a scoped registration, and that's scoped to each particular user of it? No, because this will be on a particular application. So the situation I'm imagining it in is that it'll be scoped to that particular application, meaning it'll be a singleton, it'll live throughout the lifetime of that, and then we'll just tell data, hey, you're expired, hey, you didn't expire, you're fine, you're not. But the async lazy initializer will always go through and make sure that the information there is the latest and greatest information that we can go and retrieve, meaning it'll be the most recent major version, minor version, the major version, and then the most recent minor version of that major version of an event. So everything else beneath that shouldn't really be retrieved unless otherwise specified. So that's going to be something that we want to take a look into, and try and develop this as we try and get things stamped out a little bit more. And of course, because of that, because of this particular fashion, we're trying to essentially solve two problems. We're trying to solve two problems at the same time, while also simultaneously walking around the main problem here. But I think, again, with this particular way of doing it, we open up the async scenario. Chat, it's happening. Chat, I want to take a sidestep here. I'm taking a sidestep here. I need this. The email I just got is huge. Ya boy. Your boy has a purchase agreement in hand for his new house. Your boy also, the Omen Den, your boy, might have a client locked down now. And it might be, interesting enough, a conflict of interest, but we'll get to that later. But we might have our first client locked down as well, with the particular company that is working with us on buying a home too. So we'll see if we can develop an application for them. We'll go and print up a statement of work and get that all settled out, and then if we can stream it, that'll be even better. Keo, what's going on? How are we doing? I can do that all online, Glass. Mora, what's going on? So yeah, that'll be something too. But in any case, what that means is that we might actually have some client work instead of just regular library work to go and put all this stuff to test on. So obviously there's going to be some things, for example, this particular code signing certificate that we cannot release to the public, but we'll have other stuff to work on. So anyway, a little bit of good news for the Omen and for me in general. But chat, in the meantime, go and check out Mermaids while you still can. You can always check them out at the Tiltify link there, or at the Mermaids link proper. Or you can scan your QR code with your phone or any sort of barcode scanning device. So I highly recommend you go and try and check that out. Mermaids is a charity in the United Kingdom dedicated to trans, non-binary, and gender questioning youth. So it's a cause that's near and dear to my heart. Trans rights are human rights. Trans kids must be protected. We must protect trans kids. And there is no such thing as a trans debate. There are just trans people trying to live. So yeah, go and check them out. And Keo, I hope some of those family issues are able to be, if not resolved, then at least worked out. Amora, I'm doing all right. Hope you are too. Just vibing. Just trying to figure out this caching initialization problem. Because I'm getting the feeling... Wait, can I just do this? You put it in the vent room in Discord? Got it. Can I do that? Does that take care of the problem? Holy shit, this might actually take care of the problem. Glasswell, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Mora. I appreciate it. Wow, 88 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Mora. Welcome back to the Omen Den. Hope you enjoy your emotes as well as your ad-free viewing. And again, thank you so much, Glasswell. Now, why can't I just do this? God damn it. This is not allowed. Oh, I can. Nice. What does that do for us? What the hell does this actually do for us? I don't think this does a whole lot of anything, does it? Right, because this is saying, okay, here's the async lazy initializer. We're newing it up. And here's this, right? So every time we new that up, we go and retrieve the instance that this is at. The other problem to this is... Wait, can I not have disposable? Oh, it's redundant. No, I don't want to make it. You put it in the need a hug room? All right. Also, anybody that is joining the community, any new person here that is joining the community, if you've already been in the community, you know this, but I feel, unfortunately, the need to say it. And Gecko will get into that. If you come into my community, if you come into the Omen Den's Discord in my community, and somebody is venting in a channel, that channel is a safe space for them to vent, to get things out, to get love and appreciation for who they are as a human being, because they need to know right at that moment that people love them and people have love for them. That is not your place to come in and say, well, maybe you should try and be more responsible. Fuck you. I will make sure to boot you out of that community and any community that I'm a moderator in. So that's all I have to say about it. And we had an instance of that happen over the weekend. Now, thankfully, the mod team, Lucy in particular, took care of it. But we're not doing that anymore. We shouldn't have had to make that mention in the first place. This community is safe. It's as simple as that. Anyway. Going back to this problem here. I am actually quite confused as to what this would actually bring us, right? Because I don't know if this property actually brings us any value here, because the value that we would receive from this and the value that we would want to receive from this, I don't think belongs on the cache itself. Now, maybe on an extension method for sure, but on this particular cache, no. And part of the reason why I think it's here, why it doesn't belong here is, of course, because, you know, this isn't a caching concern. This is a how do I retrieve the cache concern, right? It's not a I have a value in the cache, I need to get it. It's I have a cache, I want to initialize it at the absolute last moment, and I want to get the values retrieved from that as long as they're up to date, right? So I think we're probably safe to delete it from here. And we can probably delete it from here. All right, so we do that, and we do that. Access cache, exact change only, you know? And so I think what we would want to do then is we would want to have that cache be on the client side. That async lazy initializer, I think, is going to want to be on the calling side. And the reason why I think that, the reason why I have this hypothesis is because of the way we've currently defined it, right? And so the idea behind this whole thing isn't necessarily to save us time. That was a bad one, so sorry. Nah, you're good, Glass. I think, no, you love posters, but they rip too easily, so you don't buy them. Fair enough. I think that the way we're trying to go about this and the way that we're trying to understand this lazy loading and this lazy initialization when it comes to asynchronous operations isn't going to be defined within our particular library. Instead, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to work on this in such a fashion that this should be called from either the shared library that we have, the Omen Den shared library, or this should be called via the, what is it? Via the actual caller of this particular thing. So, right, this will be something that is needed to be consumed rather than needed to be worked with. So with that in mind, maybe taking this particular async lazy initializer implementation to our ideal, which is going to be our particular factory, or not our factory, but our particular shared library for the Yeoman, then is going to be the way to go. Now, the other thing that we could do here, so we have this function with this particular task here that features a cancellation token. The other thing that we could do is we could always define another constructor down here, right? And we'll just do it here, async lazy initializer of function of task of t of cancellation token task factory base task dot factory dot start new task factory unwrap. Okay. Cannot convert. Oh, I guess I can't do it that way. Damn it. That's fine. Your grave spawned inside a thick tree. Oh no. Let's see. You're memeing Mora. Don't do that. Memeing Kathy. Gecko got tombstone pile driver. What did you learn? Apparently nothing. That's fine though. Anyway. Yeah, so I'm thinking that we're, well, hold on. So this is surrounded. No, we can always do this here too, right? Okay, so that was part of the problem, is I was thinking that this was going to be surrounded. Well, no, because we're still going to have to go and retrieve the underlying method from it, right? So the way this would be initialized would be... Shit. God damn it. Okay. Alright, you know what? We're going to copy this. Oops. And we're going to go into here. It's going to require me to enter my password again. I wonder. Can you hurry up and load? Oh, you are loaded? Cool. iPad batteries on 69% lewd. Yeah, nice. Okay. Well, let's go and add that here. Though on the bright side, dying gave you all 10 of your hearts back. Nice. Async lazy initializer. God, that's a terrible name. It's not initializing anything, is it? All right, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll paste this. We'll get rid of this. We'll grab this. We'll go and put this up there. Okay, cool. If I can get rid of that using, that's fine. All right, async lazy initializer. Sure, but it's not really initializing. It's just async lazy. Well, wait, doesn't Microsoft.Visual Studio.Extensions come default? So... Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm just not remembering this correctly. That's fine. The other thing, of course, that we could do here... I love you, I'm sorry, I'm a jackass. Hey, done Minecrafting for tonight. You did get a Sika tree, which you weren't expecting to get. Nice. You first read Start New, you read it as Stardew. Ayo. I'm wondering if maybe... Okay. So we're in here now. I'm wondering if maybe one of the things that we could do... Right, to string. Return value dot status. Shy. Shy is a very cute and lovely individual and a really, really nice member of this community to have. That is why she's on part of the moderator team. I trust her. Okay, so we'll do that. Value not status. That'll work. And confirm Shy do be cute. One of these days. Make sure that she's well aware of her cuteness. Okay, so that should be fine. Value. Our underlying type. There we go. That'll work. Name T. Type of dot name. There we go. Value dot status. Here we'll do that. Status. Cool. Shy is also good at Mario Kart and just loves to bully you with shells of any color. Fair enough. Environment.newline. Alright, we'll do that. That's fine. Okay, so we got that there. Alright, and then... like bool is canceled. Value dot is canceled. Public. Yeah, I mean, why not just expose some of these, right? My cats just decided to start fighting. So it's like, hey, thanks. Public. Tasks or not task canceled exception. What the hell is it called? Cancelable task? Is that one from Atlantis? Oh, yo. Her, and she's like, what, 5,100 years old? God damn it, I thought it was cancelable task. What the hell is that called? Public void with cancellation. It's default. And then we'll do value dot how do you add a cancellation token, right? That's fine. We'll just leave it like this for now. This will be our amateurish implementation. Then we'll have an ad break in 60 seconds, which is cool. That'll give me enough time to hopefully go through and apply our token and deploy this version. Maybe to NuGet and maybe to Git. We'll see, right? If I do the NuGet config here, which license is this? MIT. This is the Apache license. I don't want the Apache license anymore. Jay, what's going on? How are we doing, cute Jay? You doing all right? I don't want that to be a package source. I want it to be a package destination. Is that a possibility? All right, chat. I will see you in just a bit. Hey, chat, we are back. What's going on? There's so... Oh, you're trying to get rid of a fly? Nice. Oh. You see, here's the thing, though, right? Identify currently disabled sources may be empty. and will not be used to download or install. You're good at the start, and eventually it gets to be just meh. For the most part, it's tolerable though. You still need to start Gecko. Oh, The Walking Dead. Got it. Okay. Deploy NuGet to Git and NuGet at the same time. I just get a Discord notification? I think I did. Update this. Yeah. Wonder if that is from who I think it's from. It might just be. It is not. Well, god damn it. It's also not from them either. Wow. So one of the things that I want to do, allow NuGet to download missing packages during build. Okay. Enable NuGet package restore. Been deprecated. That's not what I want. Okay. Namespace library be using library. Got the cup of sugar water and dish soap. Now time to wait for the fly to perish. You know, apple cider vinegar also works well for flies. It does work really well with fruit flies. Okay, let's go and check this out then too, chat. Okay, so let's see here. Manual process, generate NuGet package on build, sure. Pack, blah, blah, upload package. Yeah, we got that. Yeah, then take into a YAML editor. Okay. Wait. Wait a goddamn minute. Wait. Where in the hell? Why is your second attempt at embroidery always better than the first? Probably because you're concentrating more. Okay. What the fuck? Where is this horseshit? God damn it. Output. I don't need to sign the assembly. I need to know something. Well, generate NuGet package on build. Yes, we have that. Okay. So we have that enabled, right? Okay. So that's enabled on build. Generate on build package ID. Assuming you didn't ask VS to generate on build, your next step is to switch to the release profile, build, and the pack project. Build and then pack the project. Okay. Pack will produce a NuGet file. You then log in to NuGet, you upload. Okay, so we got this. Ooh, OMG. You're making this plush to send to a celebrity? Nice. It's free. Okay. Specifically, GitHub Actions has the following advantage. It's free. Nice. You're taking to a YAML editor. Sure. Let's take a mental note. Yeah. We got the build, and that's fine. Oh wait, but that's not what I wanted. God damn it. Wait, is this the way to do it? First, you need to create a personal access token with the right packages scope. Okay, I have that. Okay, so let's say I generate this, right? Okay, that'll build it. Oh, and then that'll deploy it to NuGet. Okay. So chat, what I'm looking at doing is I'm looking at, of course, deploying another version of this, because I said I'm going to edit this once a week while I try and work on the event store as well. And I think what we can do here is we can get rid of this particular idea, and then we can go and work on it from the shared library, because I think the async lazy initializer class is actually going to work out better here. And the reason why I say that is because I think this can be something that can be exposed across multiple projects and not just the event store, and I think we'll see use for it elsewhere as opposed to here. I'm actually just going to go and delete these because I don't think we need them, but I'll keep the toString side enabled. And so what I'll do is I'm actually... No, let's go into here. And let's get rid of this package source, because that's causing the build to fail. Right? So this commit aims to, 1, fix the build by temporarily removing the faulty package source. 2, add async lazy initialization for underlying types to enable thread safety attempts across, or to enable thread safe attempts across, and to enable thread introspection called no UGet. Right. And then 3, general optimizations and cleanups. Hey, back, I'm Andy. Commit all in sync. Please don't encourage the crow. Now encourage me, I dare you. You won't. Okay, so we got that. That's gonna go out there and build, but... what is my package icon, by the way? Are you gonna whack Kathy? What did Kathy do? How does that not exist? Oh my god. All right, come here. That's fine. I don't really care. Come here. Where the hell is it? Application icon, yes. Package icon, get out of here. Come here, what do you need? I need NuGet to behave. What the hell did I name this? Icon stream is not. Application icon, NuGet. Yeah. I pretend not pretending to be NuGet. You can now use icon. Icon URL is now right. So can I do that? What is this? Package icon. Okay, what the fuck is this? Package icon. Okay. I hate it. I hate it here. Okay, so we build that, right? Okay, let's go to... Where the hell is that open folder? There we go. Hog. Let's come into bin release. Today is the 19th. Properties. That's what it opens with. Okay. God damn it. I want to see. Well, cool. That works. All right. I'll clean it again. And I'll build it. Hey, let's go, baby. I'll undo those changes. Are you stuffed in a candy bar? And an icon to the NuGet package. Okay, so we got that. Now let's come here to the organizations. Let's go and check the omen den. All right, so we're gonna come over here. Provide that. Okay, Dependabot said, hey, by the way, you have these two things to do. It's fine. So that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so they built successfully. They're gonna be Shimmer Wolf Tarts. Oh my god. Lol, glass. Nougat. Never mind. Nope. Uh-huh. Yeah, I never practiced kissing on a pillow, because I was always worried about the skin cells that would like accumulate there. And I never practiced kissing on a mirror because I always thought that was a little strange. That being said, though, that's what your guy friends are for, right? Go and check this out then. Workflows, .NET YAML, build, release, no restore. Mirror feels, yeah, weird, conceited almost. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm just saying. Listen. Okay? Listen. Some of us, you know, some of us just want to make sure we're doing it right. So we got to go out and, you know, make sure that it feels good. That's what your guy friends are for. What the hell? And deploying to GitHub packages. Runs on .NET pack relation. Wow, my brain. Uh-huh. I mean, this is gonna fail though, right? Photonic room check. All right, so glass. You know how they have professional cuddlers? You are not innocent, Gecko. Trust me, we have evidence to say otherwise. Glass, you know how they have professional cuddlers? What if, and hear me out, but what if instead of a professional cuddler, okay, we're reinventing We're reinventing the industry here. What if instead of a professional cuddler, there was a professional platonic... I think you see where I'm going with this. I think you see where I'm going with this, Glass. I think you see. I think you see. Yes, exactly. Oh my god. Yes, Glass. Yes. Why are you bonking me and whacking Glass? What the hell? Listen, it's a business proposition. All right, we're just trying to figure out some business, you know? Yes, I said bonking. Because I read whacking and bonking at the same time, so I got the W fucked up. Okay. Christ, your lungs hurt. Oh no. And deploy signed package to GitHub packages. Caden, why? Bro, I always yawn. Get out of here. Okay. Azure, no. With GitHub Actions. Okay, that's literally that's literally the same link. It's literally the same goddamn link. God damn it. I hate it here so much sometimes, you know? You know? Been you all night, sympathies, Gecko? Oh. I'm just trying to figure out how to deploy this shit, you know? That's all I want. I like seeing my build passing. I like seeing zero open issues. I like having the right license. You know, I like all this. It's all good. I just have one problem. And you know what my goddamn problem is? Then release show more options. No. New. Oh, open in terminal. Duh. A chat. Let me go and get a command real quick to sign these out. We'll go into this screen. Just so this way, you know, y'all don't get my password and get any wild ideas here. I'm not saying you would, but you know, this shit's kind of top secret. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this is kind of the most top secret of top secret stuff. What do you mean? What do I mean? I think you know what I mean. Here's the problem, though, Lily, is that my dumbass is probably going to just go and do something crazy. There we go. Nice. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to. Here, Glass, you need to laugh. Yeah, right. All right, so chat, what I'm trying to do here, right? Error, unrecognized option override. Ah, got it. That would be it. Overwrite, not override, you silly goose. And let the signing commence, yo. There we go. And the package has been signed, chat. All right, let's go. Sign in with Microsoft real quick. You're still dying on that? Lol. Hey, Carly. Hey, how's it going, beautiful? How you doing? All right, so chat. Uploading the package. Let's go, baby. You're good, just getting ready for bedtime. So right on. Yeah, I started to watch you cook earlier. Can we get a shout out for Cosmically Carly, please, mods? It was delish. Yeah, I saw you got sponsored by HelloFresh. Congratulations. Thank you for the shout outs to her. Your phone overheats in the kitchen? Ah, gotcha. That explains it. Carly, do you need a webcam? Glassville, thank you for getting that sub to Carly. Carly, welcome on into the Omen. Hope you enjoy your emotes as well as your ad-free viewing. Thanks a bunch for being a part of this community, and hopefully next stream will be better. I hope so. It's always good to see you around. All right, so now we've deployed that. Let's go and create another release. Draft a new release. Release 3. This release provides a change to What the hell releases do I have out of here, chat? Seals, what's going on? How are we doing? 22.7.13, so this will be release 3. 2022.7.19. Okay, it is hyphenated. This release provides a change to the licensure behind this library, migrating from the Apache 2.0 license to the MIT license, since that was an inconsistency. This release also provides a... What does it provide? It provides a corrected build. More changes on the way. And an implementation of an async lazy initializer. This is still in demo and will be bugged until we can come up with a extensible use case beyond the Omendens event store. Okay, let's go. Huh. Huh? Oh. I'm so annoyed with myself. There we go. That'll work. Yeah, it's where you were stuck. You just picked the most expensive. General. Okay, what am I missing? I don't want this anymore. Cool. Nice. Oh yeah, the eclipse. You got to see it in your own front yard. That's awesome. So we'll go and publish this. Sure you have a valid tag. God damn it. 22.7.19. Okay, now we'll publish you. Okay, sure. One of these days, I'll figure out how to go and get the Shah stuff here, and we'll work with that too. Not really an exciting place, but the Garden of the Gods in Colorado is a beautiful place. I do like the Garden of the Gods. Okay, so now we have that here. Oh, shit. How many files did this adjust? Oh, it only... No. How do I discard you? You might know how to get rid of pull requests on Git. Nah, fuck it. I don't really care. We'll just merge it. Who cares? Where the hell is my branching? Here, we'll create the pull request. And then we'll, Okay, so you think you drove 12 hours to see it? Right on. We're gonna close it. And we'll delete the branch. There we go. Okay, now let's go. Okay, so those are working. Nougat, what do we say? Nice. Nice. And look, we got our cute little icon there. Isn't that nice? Okay, so now we can come over here. Manage NuGet packages. You don't know if you ever go to Colorado again, though. The only reason I had to go there was to visit your grandmother, which honestly you don't like her at all, but you did it for the family. Aw. Look at that! We have our cute little icon. Isn't that adorable? Thanks, Glass. Okay, now we can get rid of this. See ya! Chat, we've done it. Another release. And this is what we're going to continuously do. As we go and find more and more things that actually make sense to go and put out into our releases, we are going to adjust them more and more. And so as we go and create classes and we create items that work beyond our particular scope of whatever project we're in, we'll add them to the shared library and we'll deploy that outward. And hopefully somebody else will take a look at this code and go, oh, well, that looks great. Or, oh, that looks terrible. Let's go and fix it. Let's go and add a pull request. I mean, that's why you release things under the MIT license, so somebody else can go and copy your shit, or somebody else can go and take inspiration from it and make it better. There's just, it's just great. This is knowledge that I've accumulated, and I've accumulated it, of course, from copying from other people, from learning from other people, and from some of my own ideas as well, that I want other people to either learn from, copy, or, you know, just make better. That's kind of the whole point. Software is in that sense, and that's another part of accessibility that I see. But yeah, I'm pretty happy that this is now a signed package that works across multiple layers. And we have, it's how great ours learn, copying and mimicking others. Yeah. This failed, but that's fine. Who gives a shit? These passed. And open a PR that remaps all your variable names to emojis. Do it. You won't. So yeah, we'll go and see how this all eventually lays out, works out, etc., etc. But kind of, again, you're right, you won't. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of effort. Yeah. But chat, again, I don't want to make it sound like, you know, this is a particularly revolutionary idea, right? This isn't. The ideas that are present in a lot of these particular packages, the ideas that are present within the Omenden's core library, are ideas that I've sourced, that I've worked on, or that I've accumulated knowledge upon over time within many different parameters, schoolings, and projects, right? And I've liked these, I've worked with these, and I've added them to many different projects. That's kind of the whole point here. It's not because, you know, I'm just this smart and I was able to come up with all these things. No, it's because, of course, there is a lot of underlying work, effort, and just determination to try and figure out where these can be applied best. So, with that being said, I mean, it ain't easy. Coding is not easy. It's not an easy thing for people to learn. It's not an easy thing for people to get past. That being said, if I can just do, I consider my job to be done when I can make that coding step, that learning step into coding, just that little bit easier for somebody. That's how I see accessibility in the software development side of things too. Is that it's okay to make coding easier for somebody, because that means more people get in here, and that means more difficult problems can be seen and solved. Having more people, even if you have to spoon feed them, who gives a shit? I don't care. I want more people in software. I want more perspectives. I want more people to learn. You know? I don't care if somebody has to be spoon-fed information at the beginning. I did. Fucking hell. When I started learning coding, I was just so far gone. I couldn't fucking string two integers together to save my life. You know? And now I'm here, where I'm trying to define my own things, and I'm trying to make my own libraries for other people to use, you know? I was completely lost. I just didn't have that innate sense of getting it. And you know what? Not everybody does. A lot of people don't. So if I can make it so somebody else who was in my position when I started learning coding doesn't feel nearly as lost as I did, then I've done a goddamn good job. Same here, Glass. And I guess that was kind of the idea of boot camps, right? That was kind of the idea behind boot camps, but I think even then they kind of lost themselves because they had to gain that esteem prestige, right? And so we're gonna bring it over here for a quick moment as things are booting up in the background. That's kind of been my unspoken issue with a lot of boot camps, is that they've kind of gone towards this idea of more on the esteem prestige side of things, right? And it's like, well, you're not a university, even though there are universities who do run with particular boot camps, but you're not a university at the end of the day. You're not issuing a degreed field. And software in and of itself is really a trade that can have a degree behind it, right? And so with that, of course, that means there is going to be a lot of on-the-job training. There is going to be a lot of extraneous learning. There's going to be a lot of just constantly trying. It's a skill that you try and hone over and over. And yes, some people, I guess, can be talented at the beginning, but just like any other skill, right? You got to hone it. You got to be better at it. You got to refine it, you know, and whatever language or specialty you go in, what have you, you know, you're still continuing to refine your craft, and you're not going to know everything. You know, having 10x, 100x developers out there too, yes, they're one in every so often, but really, for the average person, you're not going to know everything. I am not a 1 in X developer. I can tell you that. I am, as far as developers go, I am pretty dime a dozen. All right? And that's not me just devaluing myself. That's me just saying that for my general knowledge and my general experience and price point, I am a dime a dozen. That being said, again, I'm still trying to reach out to the next person who might be struggling, right? Who might be having a difficult time getting over a particular concept or a group of concepts in software, that I would want to see them then get through that concept to go ahead and try something else that might make them that 10x or 100x developer, that might get them to the problem that they really want to solve. They just can't get past that little bit. That was what it was like for me in math. For a long time in math, I couldn't get past the idea of simple variables in algebra, but when I learned, I just accelerated right out the course until I got into proofs. And that shit stumped me for a long time, but really until I got into differential equations, then I figured out proof. Anyway, point is that, you know, sometimes it's that little thorn in your side that kind of just, you know, hurts for a long time. And you don't want to move past it because you don't know what'll happen once you remove it. And you're also afraid of the unknown, and you're afraid of the next thing that's going to happen. But for me, when it came to math and when it came to software, once I got past that, I was just able to accelerate further and further, right? And so I hope that at the very least, as an educator, and maybe even as a content creator, should I, you know, hopefully not sound pretentious, to provide that level of experience to somebody else who might just be trying to get into software, or who might just be trying to learn how to develop from a very basic standpoint, or trying to learn a particular architectural pattern that I use, right? So that's kind of the idea, and that's kind of my goal, and that's also my long-winded speech. But that's also how I see accessibility in software. Anyway, so coming back to this, right? Yeah, there isn't anything to compare. Didn't I delete this branch? Forks, commits, proofs can go die in a fire. I actually liked proofs. I like my proof class. Merge, zero open. I thought... branches. Yeah, there's only one branch. You hated them in middle school? Ah, gotcha. I actually enjoyed my proofs class, you know? That was actually pretty fun. Okay. Anyway. So yeah, this is the concept that we were working off of. We've now implemented that. So now we can use parallel for each and things like that. the Elmenden shared project is available to download, which should have that included. The other thing that we should probably do, now that I think about it here, I mean... Okay, so chat, here's the thing, right? This is nowhere near complete. Okay, this is not feature complete. This is not anywhere near complete, but it's at a point where I think I could create a functional release. But the problem is that by doing that, I open myself up to essentially not being able to provide rationale and documentation for everything here, right? And so for me to make something the definition of done, or to create the definition of done, I guess I should have defined this as we were going through these projects, but our definition of done here is essentially making sure that everything that needs to be documented or have some sort of documentation attached to it for XML documentation is created, right? Everything else is put in the README. But I think I can make something very close to that here, right? And so you can see that with the markdown here and our crediting and things like that. Now, I'm not entirely sure if we have it, but I think we can do that. And again, part of the other issue here that we're going to be looking at is, of course, just going to be, okay, so can we explain what we're doing, why we're doing it, how we're going about it, and what we expect to achieve? And I think we can. And by simply this line here, right, by saying this is progress and all code is as is, and does not provide any coverage, warranties, or guarantees, sure, technically, that protects us, you know? That protects us in some sort of fashion, but I'm not really caring about the protection side of things. I'm caring more about is this a product that I can feel confident that it will actually work for someone? Right? If I were releasing this to my personal GitHub, it would be fine, because who gives a shit? But I'm releasing this to my company's GitHub and to my company's NuGet. And once it's on NuGet, you know, you saw packages take off quickly. Make an end-user facing product using your own framework. That's what I'm going to do. That is indeed what I'm going to do, Glass. That's the whole point in the Crow's Nest POS. Easier said than done, of course. Yeah. But that's kind of the whole point of the MTG Blazor project, the Crow's Nest POS and all that, right? Because that's essentially just what those are, is those are going to be test projects for the code that I work with. Right? I'm just happening to do it in Blazor and Blazor WebAssembly. And again, you know, we come through here, we go and we take a look at this. POS, like point of sale? Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be one of the things I hope to provide as an in-house product. It's another reason why I want to get this event sourcing thing done ASAP. Yeah. The Magic the Gathering viewer on the Blazor server project, that's a fun personal utility that I think other people might be able to use, but I'm not going to say it's, you know, anywhere near like production grade utilities. Nothing spells confidence like we use our own shit. Absolutely. I mean, why the hell else wouldn't I do it? For the longest time, that's how Microsoft tested their products. What project is deprecated? Tell me you won't. All right, we update these every time. Nice. Pog. Okay, those have been updated all across the solution, which is dope. I don't know what project it's trying to tell me is there. Nut. Hey, look, our cute little icon. Love that for us. Having that icon there is so nice. I don't know what product it's trying to tell me is deprecated, but I don't really care. Anyway, so going about this, right, chat? This is going to be something else that we want to go and check and see on here. I'm wondering where we can go and apply that async. The Council of One, welcome on into the Omen. I hope you enjoy your follower emotes, and I hope you don't mind me trying to figure out how to use my own libraries like an absolute potato. So chat, here's the thing, right? So what Glass said is that nothing spells confidence like we use our own shit. Absolutely, that is the truth. So I'm trying to inspire confidence in my own business by making sure that, well, we use our own shit, right? And so part of that is going to be, of course, working on this idea that what we have here is a Magic the Gathering app viewer. And what I want to do is I want to make sure that we can use that async helper, right? That async lazy. We need to figure out a place where we can actually go and make that work. And that is where I'm slightly struggling because, right, that is going to be used for caching, but here we already have caching solutions for some of this, right? So I guess we would have to create the omenden.shared.caching as a project and manipulate it in that sense, right? And so by doing that, then we would have our own caching solution, but really would it be our own if we're just borrowing concepts from already existing caching solutions and things that are better? So what would our next project be? Well, it would probably be a take on a distributed cache interfacing with Redis while also manipulating with a memory cache. But that's already been done. So we have to figure out something useful and something productive. And we're going to be taking an ad break shortly. And during this ad break, you know, get up, stretch, get some water. And why don't you go and check out Mermaids? Mermaids is a charity in the United Kingdom dedicated to trans, non-binary, and gender-questioning youth. And it's a cause that's near and dear to my heart. It's near and dear to a lot of us at the Omen Den. I highly recommend you go and check it out. There's that QR code on the bottom right-hand side of my screen right now that you can go and use. Otherwise, you know, I hope you have a good break, and I will see you in about 90 seconds. Take care, chat. And chat, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. We're just gonna go and abstract some things here and hope they work for the best. All right. Back over here. And we'll do relational names dot. There we go. Perfect. All right, cool. So now we have that. That should be fine. We're just providing a little bit of cleanup, a little bit of abstraction here, you know, that's all, nothing too big deal. But anyway, so the use case that we want to find, the use case that we want to work with here, right, is going to be that lazy async. If he starts telling a new joke soon, you're sorry, it may be your fault. No, it's okay, Gecko. I had nobody to blame but you, so it's fine. One of the things that we want to work with is going to be that lazy async idea, right? And I'm not entirely sure where we want to go and throw it, use it, etc. But I'm wondering if we could actually go and put it to work here in the background service. Now, again, It's from the shared library, right? So we don't know, or at least I don't know, how I want to work with it, how I want it to behave. So that's going to be something that we need to essentially just work on, right? So let's consider this. Using that stream, what does it provide? What does that iAsync lazy initializer provide? You don't think there's anything silly to be passionate about? Everybody has what they enjoy. Fair enough. That's fair. I like that response. Now, something that we might be able to do, and something that might make a lot of sense to do, is let's go up here. Remember how I was talking about doing that no tracking behavior, right? Well, that might be something that we want to do over here as well. Right? So let's, for example, come over into the card list side of things. Let's come down here. Context.cards.as queryable. Dot paging. As no tracking. All right. Let's go and see what that does, chat. Maybe that does some good stuff. Maybe it doesn't. I mean, the other thing here to consider, though, chat, and the other big thing here that we want to work with is, of course, still going to be this card list, because I want to reduce this as much as possible. And so for part of that, yeah, it should be fine. Let's go and do this again. We'll run this through. So remember, this contains that shared library. So we got that cool shit going on. Ooh. That's a really pretty artwork of Mother of Runes. Look at Mom. Never looks so good. I mean, like, God damn. That's a really solid. Kathy, I hear you have a new joke for us. Any truth to that? Corn in Cantonese? What is corn in Cantonese? Is it now? Why would I want corn nuts, Kathy? That don't make no sense. All right, anyway, so that's done. Hey, as no tracking. Let's go, baby. Gecko did say to blame him. Always blame Gecko, though. He's just too cute, you know? He's too cute to be blameless. All right, so how cool is that, chat? Cool, so now we have that. I'm wondering if we can cache this. Right, so how would that work, chat? How does caching work? Well, what we might be able to do, right, is we might be able to just simply do order tentacles, right? Private iCache. Ooh. Okay. We'll work on that at some other point. That's actually something that we should probably get into tomorrow, is how we can actually go and cache this stuff. Because that's going to be something that we actually want to work with, right? Actually, can I do this instead? If I do that there, right? Does it really make a difference? Because we're just building the query here. Does that really matter? You ever met anyone famous, you think? Oh, okay. I really should just go and disable the background service. Your scariest nightmare? Wonkas. Hey, look at that, chat. Look at that. Look at how pretty this is. Look at this page. This page is really pretty. I actually really like the color scheme here. Maybe that's just me. Hunter's Fury. Anything with apocalyptic weather, to be honest. I feel you on that. So the end goal here, right, is to try and get our memory usage down. And so part of that is going to come from abstractions. Part of that's going to come from a little bit more optimizations and trying to figure out exactly how this will work out. You know? So we got some stuff to do. And I really should convert this back to the async enumerable to return things in here. I don't know why I don't. You dreamt the other night that your local mountain became an active volcano. Cranberry juice and tequila is helping reduce your memory usage. Ayy. Yeah, so this... Yeah. So even though we're doing paging, you can see how long it actually takes to load stuff, right? Not the biggest fan of that, but hey, you know what? We do what we gotta do. Anyway, so we got this working, which is cool. We have to create a release for this at some point. It does feel very helpless. I want to get this functionality done so I can actually go and create a release for this, because that'll be huge. Ooh, Council de Soratami. Nice. Alex? Odyssey. Yeah, it still looks good. Might have to change the font colors, but I think this still looks pretty good. I mean, doesn't it look better than the actual Omenden's website? Lol. Actually, this doesn't look as bad as I thought. Anyway, coming back here. Might just go and ditch the IndexedDB attempt, because it was nice to have, but it's not necessarily... I don't think it's really providing us any benefit, you know? Or maybe it is, and I'm just ignoring it. I don't know. I don't really care. Okay, anyway. Coming back to this, the idea here that we want to work with now is we want to go and get this app to use less than 2 gigs of memory. I mean, why wouldn't we, right? Who wants to use 2 gigs of RAM? Not me. I barely want to use 1 gig of RAM. The other thing that I'm thinking about doing here, and this is going to be a pretty interesting proposition, I think, is I'm thinking 2 gigabytes. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking of what we can do, chat, and this will be a very interesting proof of concept. I'm thinking that what we can do. Okay, so you see how we have on-read data here? That's fine. That's all good. That's fine and dandy. I don't really care about that shit. Whatever. No, that just is called by the data grid. I care about the materialized card information and the load cards method. Because I think what we can do is we can roll up this materialized card information up into here, and instead of doing things along the lines of, well, I mean, let's go and take a look here, right? Right, so I think what we can do is we can have load cards return an async enumerable, and then await for each those, and just add them into magic cards. And I think that's going to be something that, while I may not see a direct memory consumption usage, because that's pretty much going to be mostly in the background services side of things, I think what we're going to see is we're going to see that this actually will impact us on front-end response times, because now we'll be able to see the cards load in up until 25 on a per-page basis while we're still loading cards in behind the scenes. Now, this will force client-side evaluation, which will be, of course, a little bit more intense, but I still think that this is the way to go. And I'm not just saying this because I want to use async enumerable everywhere. I don't. I don't really like... I love async enumerables for what they are designed to do, which is to return a bunch of responses that you can process individual tasks underneath asynchronously in a sort of functional stream that you can cancel at any point in time, as opposed to taskify enumerable, which you have to wait for it all to resolve before you get anything meaningful from it. And if one of them fails, it all fails, blah, blah, blah. But I think we can have a much, much better, easier, softer way via doing load cards as an async enumerable here. And I think that's going to be something that we want to do, and that we're actually going to aim to do here. So, today was a hell of a week. Yeah, I feel you. That's what it was like in the last Democratic election. In the last bit of Democratic primaries, January was a hell of a month. Can I do this as interpolated? I think I can. Nice. Hey, EF functions, let's go, baby. Oh, wait, I did it up here for the interpolate. What? Why'd I ask when I'm already doing it? Ugh, and you're having to freaking hear all the transphobic Republican ads right now? Gross. Fuck that. That. For not doing animation earlier with Clip Studio? Oh, yeah? Such a nice way to practice. I bet. Okay, so what we would do is instead, we would trade this out to be an async enumerable type magic card. This we would do, instead of that, do a sync enumerable. And we would do that. Okay. And then we would do that. Okay. And then here, get rid of that. We would do wait. And then load cards. And we would pass in context. E. With cancellation, E dot cancellation token. Okay. And now for each magic card. Okay. So now we do that. And then we would do magic cards dot add. I guess. Okay, so private fields. You grew up at a time before the internet was trans awareness wasn't as prevalent in a location in the US where straight cis was the norm, and it still only took about 5 minutes out to empathy to figure it out. I don't get why it's so hard. Yeah, same. It honestly doesn't make any fucking sense. We'll make this a list. People be assholes, yeah. Can you share your first impression on Odin programming language? Ravi387? If it interested me. Nice. I was right. Significant reduction in time. Pog. Data-oriented language for... what is this? What is this? Functional? Manual memory management? Oh boy. Combine a C in over 4 languages compared with C. Oh, nope. This is not the programming that I want to do. So, not really interested. It's a little too low level for me, man. Mox Tantalite? This was a card? When? How much is this? $6? That's nothing like Mox Opal. Much fun. It's cool though. Nice. Blazer Eyes. Feels so good to be back in on this side of things. Feels so good that Blazer Eyes be working, but I want you to notice something, chat. While we worked with this, oops. As we worked with this, we found again that this would be a little bit faster, right? That secret is not lost on me. And so hopefully with this in mind, what we can do, well, now we could probably actually go and get rid of that. So you don't like low-level programming? It's just not interesting to me. It's not really my thing. a lot more fun in the higher level world. Keep in mind, I did start off as a C++ dev that did a lot of physics engines and things like that, but it honestly was a lot. It wasn't the problem set I was particularly interested in solving. That's kind of my thing. If you're interested in solving stuff on the low-level side or in the embedded side of stuff, that's awesome. Keep going at it. Keep plugging away at it. Become passionate. Work on it. It's awesome. Any kind of programming would be good for people to get into. But for me, it's not really my thing. Now, granted, with .NET Core, I guess I could start doing embedded systems development, but again, it's not really my thing. Oh well. And the command here, execute raw SQL. Never pass a concatenated with non-validated user provided values. Okay, so these are validated. It's fine, chat. It's fine. We're taking a risk. It's fine. No, actually, this is fine. And the reason why I say this is fine is because these are validated in and of themselves, right? So we've made a way to make sure they're validated. The other thing that, of course, we want to do. See, I'm not too concerned about how much RAM we're using overall. Oh, yes, little Bobby Tails. Glass. We solved SQL injection 30 years ago. I don't know how people are still suffering from that. God damn it. The more I say we're fine, the less you want to believe it. Listen. It's fine. There's no way we're not fine, you know? There's no way. Why did you Falcon punch me? Okay, so we got that. Very strong indeed, Kathy. Very strong indeed. Falcon punch. Okay, so we got that there. Oh my god, Glass, that's so adorable. Alright. So we got this assembly project version, application development company, that's me. Swear to God, Gecko, you better answer this one. Answer it carefully. I listed myself as the application dev company, right? You love music? Really only listen to rock though? Right on, right on. Gecko loves Alu music, hates Alu music. Listen, it's right there. It's right there. Somebody take a photo of, somebody take a screenshot of what Gecko just said. And then send it to me so I have more evidence against him. Because remember, chat, we know Gecko is lewd. We know Gecko is super lewd. Fale? What does fale mean? We know Gecko is ultra lewd because of the way they keep spanking people in my chat, you know? There you go. See, chat? It's how we know Gecko is lewd. I don't think that was out of context at all. Okay, so we got that there. That's fine. Run on build, EMCA script 5. Nah, we'll do EMCA script next. Let's go, baby. Let's go all the way to next generation. Squished in the panda soup. Oh no, not like this. Combine JavaScript output in the file. Ugh, JavaScript. Gross. Get me out of here. Wait, wasn't I the same guy 5 seconds ago that was like, no, I don't. God damn it. I was that guy? Chat, don't be that guy. Don't be the guy that's like, back-end development, memory management, gross. I don't want to do low-level programming, and then turn around and scoff at JavaScript. I'm like, God damn it. Can't have it both ways, Andy. You gotta do one way or the other. That being said, I'll still find any excuse to go and shit on JavaScript any day of the week. God damn it. Well, really TypeScript, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We don't have to have that conversation if you don't want to. Just to let you know, I'm here to have it. Java, C++. Stop! God damn. I'm afraid of things in the dark, not the dark itself. You know, I used to say that to people, and people would always be like, so you're afraid of dark? And I'd be like, no, shut the fuck up, man. I ain't afraid of no dark. You can leave me in a dark room as long as I know I'm the only one there. I don't give a shit. You bastard. But goddammit, you throw me in a pool, or you throw me a thank you, Shy and Caden. I appreciate it. You throw me into any sort of... You know, you throw me into any sort of pool at night, and of course it's going to scare the living daylights out of me because it's fucking the water of the unknown. I don't know. Shit. Who knows what's in that pool? But you put me in a room, in a closed room, one entrance, in the dark, I don't give a shit. I mean, I might start hallucinating because that's just how powerful your minds are, but, you know, that's a different story, right? I ain't scared of a damn thing in the dark. I just don't like the feeling of being hunted. Alright, so the next thing that I think we want to do is we're going to want to... Caden. God damn it. Madge. Oh, gross. You ever just look at your hand and think about how complex the body is? So many muscles, nerves, and bones moving at the same time to work properly. You're not having an existential crisis, you promise? But the more you say you're not having an existential crisis, the more it makes it sound like you're having an existential crisis, Gecko. Alright. So maybe one of the things that we want to do here, and I think this is going to be important as we go and consider things as time goes on, is we're going to want to, of course, go and define some sort of caching behavior, right? We are going to want to make sure that we're caching the databases that come through here, and we're going to want to make sure databases, the result of the database queries that we're issuing, we want to make sure that when they come through here, it's a solid thing for us to just go and understand. But, and this is something that sometimes Gecko, then you remember our food and water pipe is shared with our air pipe and they're deadly incompatible, and then I remember that evolution doesn't know shit, right? So, chat, here's the thing. It is 2:30 in the morning. It is trash day. I got a realtor coming over tomorrow to help me with my house to try and figure out how to clean it better and how to do things. I'm tired. So, we're going to end the stream here. I do appreciate you all coming out to see me, and thank you so much for helping me out with this, too. You're no wrong. Get that home, Alan. I'm gonna try my best to. But chat. Chat, here's the thing, and here's who I'm going to leave you with. I'm going to leave you with another developer. Their name is Mercenary Mage. I do play a lot of retro games, and I haven't rated them in a very long time, but right now they're developing assets for what looks like a game of their own. And I'm going to go and leave you with them. But anyway, chat, thank you for coming out tonight. I appreciate it. ES Crow, right? But so we're going to go and raid them. Anyway, chat, one of the big things that we want to go over tonight is, of course, our raid message, which is the Comfy Caw raid with any sort. Escrow. Yeah, right? Which... our raid message is the Comfy Caw raid with any sort of love, comfort, or pride emotes that you might have, because we want to spread love, comfort, and pride wherever we go. That's kind of the message of the Omen Den. And, of course, we also, still support mermaids. Go and check them out. And, of course, go and check out Glasswheel's game, The Tale of Greenbrier. Highly recommend that. Thank you, Cerulli, for the raid. Thank you, Glasswheel, for your generosity. And thank you, everybody else, for coming out and supporting me on my first stream back in a minute over the weekend. And we'll hopefully return later tonight with some more development on the event store and some other things. But anyway, from the Omen Den, I hope you have a wonderful night, and I will see you next time.